Okay. Now I just gotta finish Act 10.
Well, now that the
Yeah.
Bannon is you return from
If innocence blesses your journey.
Forget where I was going. Oh yeah, up here. Oh, jeez. First 6-second. It's not 6 link, and it's all the wrong colors, so I'm not going to use it. But hey, that's 7 jewelers.
I feel.
Bannon was in. For freedom.
Another 6-second. This one's a weapon I'm not going to use either. Okay.
Strike you down.
Final act boss.
May a new dawn arise.
I made it to maps and hardcore soul cell phone.
It's over.
A somber time and good tidings to you.
Exile. Exile. Wake up.
Kirak, we've a vital.
Thank the another time. By the light of
And I expect 23, not 24 this time because I deal with the Banyan's thing. Okay, refund. Oh, I still need more intelligence. Where am I going next? Okay, so I can turn off the act tracker. See, this is 10 intelligence. If I do that, and then I refund these two, I have enough. Okay.
Greetings. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Running my first ever map in hardcore in Path of Exile.
Approach, challenger.
Oh, jeez, what is that? I almost died. First map almost got me killed. Jeez. I feel like doing that last ritual is just gonna get me killed. Ooh. That is a good shield to be using. $135. Yeah, I can use it right now. 135 extra life regeneration per second, plus 5 to maximum fire resist. So my fire resist is going to go up even more. Plus 20 fire resist, and then some low life stuff that isn't going to apply. But I'm going to go down on health a little bit. Oh, and I go down on intelligence too much. Alright, so I can't do that yet. Although, what is requiring all that intelligence? Do I need to just, unlevel my Frostblink or something? There it is.
Now that you've had a glimpse.
Alright. If I take that off, put that on. Crossblink needs too much. Elemental focus needs just a little bit more. Which I got on the tree for the next point I was putting in anyways. Which I really shouldn't be leveling Frostblink anyways. Okay, so now my health goes down a little bit, but I have 88 max fire resist. Ooh, I need a little bit more lightning resist. I'm not capped. Right, but I need to go through and adjust my gear. Let's see here. No. This is Path of Exile. Path of Exile has been out for 12 years. The new league is starting next week, though, so it's still getting updates, and it's having a major overhaul starting next week. I think it's 12 years. Let me double check the time frame on that. Yeah, October 2013, so just about 12 years was 1.0. So. So there's Path of Exile, and then there's Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 is not it's still in beta. And so Path of Exile 2 is similar-ish but many changes game. There's a lot of things that are different about it. It's still in beta. It's not to its 1.0 release. That'll be sometime next year that it comes out to 1.0. It went into early access where anyone can play it if you buy a supporter pack. Like 6 months ago ish, give or take. Path of Exile 1's been out for quite a bit longer. Path of Exile 1 is having a new league starting next week, and so it gets a new title and all that. Maybe there was something with Xbox about it. No, I've never played Project Zomboid. I've heard about it. I've never played it. Interesting. No, I'm not familiar with it. I never actually have played either of those other either, so. I mean, that makes sense for that kind of game.
Hail.
Okay, so I'm gonna redo all my skills and just make sure I've got everything. So I think I'm dropping Purity of Elements. I think I'm still... Am I not using this either anymore? I think I moved to Punishment for some reason. We used to do... this is a better, in my opinion, game than Diablo. It's infinitely more complex. I don't know if you saw the skill tree when I had it open. There's a lot going on. This is what scares most people away. It's not as bad as it looks, though, because this is where my character started, but every class uses the same tree. They just start in different spots. So you only really need to understand one tree. But it's also completely do whatever you want because your skills, like the main skill I'm using in this build is Righteous Fire, is a gem. Any class can use this gem. So it's not like in Diablo 2 where if you want to use Frozen Orb,
Godslayer.
you need to be a sorceress. So this has, I think it's green. There's Ice Bite support. But it's really not that bad, especially if you use a build guide of any sort. I use a tool and then it tells me what to grab, so I don't have to worry about it, which is kind of the same as what anybody does with most other action RPGs. Like if you're gonna do a really good Diablo build, you're looking at what somebody else has done and following it. This is the same. So you can just do that. It is more complex. I'm not gonna say it's less complex. It's not as bad as it looks once you've played it a bit. And if you really want to go your own way and not use any builds, you can. It's easy to build a build that doesn't work. Because you either focus too much on damage or too much on defenses. You need to have a balance. So, like, I grabbed a whole bunch of life regen, life, strength and life, resistances. You know, lots of... so the refund points, there's a few different ways to refund these points to be able to replace them. You get a few of them automatically through the campaign. And so I can hit this refund button and I can be like, oh, I don't want to go this way, and I can take those out. It's going to warn me I don't have enough intelligence for something I'm wearing if I take those out. So I could refund those points and put them somewhere else. You can also use gold to refund. I have 47,000 gold. It takes 800 gold per refund, and those are on top of the refund points. Gold was added this league. It's the end of this league, so, but gold was added this league, and that's one of the things. It's cheaper to refund when you're lower level, so when you're low level, you definitely want to use gold to refund. As you get to higher levels, refund points matter. Before gold was a thing to respecialize, all you had was those refund points and these orbs of regrets. These give you more of those refund points, and they just drop as you play the game. So if you play for a while, you'll get a whole bunch of these orbs of regrets, and you won't have to worry about respecializing and moving things around, whatever you want to do. So really, now that we have gold, when you're really early and you're playing with things and you want to change things around, use respecialization with gold. When you're late game and you're doing some kind of build swap, use orbs of regret and respec points. I mean, so okay, it depends on what tools you're using, and what you're doing. You have to pay attention to some extent, but the game does try to help you. The key thing, these are the two things that if you follow these rules defensively, there are two things you want to do, and you will make it to the end game, which is where I just got, which is this map device, and you go in and you run maps over and over again, which... more information overload. The maps themselves also have their own tree. So you can open the atlas. Right now I've only won one map. I'm going to log into my other character. Because I'm playing this on hardcore solo self-found. But this is this league character that's normal. If I look at the atlas here, you can see these ones down here are the first 4 you get. And then as you run this map, it can naturally drop any map you've completed that it's tier or lower, and anything that's connected to it. So this one was, if I take these things out, because this is also like an end game thing that you don't usually need to worry about. You'll know what they are by the time you start getting them. You can see these are tier 1. These ones are tier 2, tier 3, and you work your way up through this until you get to this top row where they're all tier 15s, tier 16s. The higher the tier, the higher level the monsters. This is endgame. Before you get to endgame, all you have to do is open your character screen, click on defense, and make sure your resistances are 75%. As long as your resistances are 75%, then you're going to do just fine against taking some damage. And then also your life, you want to be about... early game, you'll struggle to do this, but once you get a couple acts in, there's 10 acts in the campaign, you want about 300 life per act. As long as you're maintaining that by either grabbing life on the tree or on the gear, this is free to play. 100% free. If you're thinking about playing it, play it. It's free. The way they make money is they have an in-game shop. If you look through this shop, everything on here, stash tabs, armor, back attachments, this is all cosmetic. None of it adds any character power. The only thing that is arguably a good thing to do, which you don't even need to do till you get to end game, but once you get to end game and you think, hey, I you know what, I like this game, I want to invest a little bit of money in it, I recommend spending about $20 and grab a currency stash tab. This is about $7.50. Wait till they go on sale. It'll be like $5 when it goes on sale. Grab a currency stash tab, grab a map stash tab, and a premium stash tab or this premium stash tab bundle. So that's 20. It ends up being about $20 of an investment, and that gets you these stash tabs. So what a premium tab does is two things. It lets you rename. See how I got names on these tabs? And this is all stash space, all full of junk. The unique stash tab is nice because it can hold one of every unique item. And it allows you to sell things on the website. So you can right click on this and go public. And you can either set the whole tab to a single price, so anything you put in that tab gets automatically listed at that price, or each item individually priced, and then you right click on the item and you set a price for it. I think the next league is going to be amazing. Some of the things about next league that really feel good to me are the fact that it has mercenaries coming in. So there's a new end game that's core to the game. You don't have to play the league to do it, and that is the Echoes of the Atlas. And so the Echoes of the Atlas lets you do more with the Atlas. It'll have a quest line that adds like threads on here that you run these maps and you get better rewards. And the rewards are awesome. The end game looks like a lot of fun. I'm glad Zana's coming back. If you don't know who Zana is, she used to be the map person, and she abandoned us a while back. The league mechanic seems like it's going to be very powerful because you're getting a mercenary. Mercenary counts as a half a person in your party, so your monsters get a little bit harder and your magic find gets a little bit better. But you fully kit them out. You can put a full set of gear on them. You can't change what abilities they have. So you change mercenaries to get the one that has the abilities you want, and then you just deck them out with some really good gear. And they can be more powerful than you. Depending on your power and your investment on them. I'm guessing, so the memory chains, so they're called memories, the threads or whatever, they're called memories. They're basically a reimagining of what memories used to be, which were always 4 maps. I'm guessing it's going to be the same mechanic. It's always going to be 4 maps. But I think that the tier 16s that can drop with the tier 17 modifiers, which if you don't know what those are, don't worry about it. It's not that important, but I think that the tier 16s that drop affected by the memories after you complete the campaign is going to be so much better. Cyclone's one of my thoughts for starting next league. Like, I might go Righteous Fire just because it's a very solid. I can get to end game very easily. I know it's going, and it didn't get touched basically. So Righteous Fire is one thought. Cyclone's another. I haven't done Cyclone in a few leagues, and it got a buff. And if I do get that new weapon that they teasered, that sounds like it's going to be amazing. Cycloning and critting and causing the starfall sounds like a lot of fun. I made a video about Diablo 4 versus Path of Exile 1 versus Path of Exile 2 versus Last Epoch. Those are my top 4 action RPGs. I have played the new Project Diablo 2. Not new. It's been around for a while, but I did play some Project Diablo 2. Oh, my green screen. Weird. Don't look behind the curtain. I think this got bumped. Okay. I think my favorite game, like in my video, I ended up on Last Epoch as the intro to action RPGs. I think that's the best middle ground where it's not so simplistic as Diablo 4, where it's kind of mind numbing at times, and it just feels like there's not enough to do and there's not enough going on. Last Epoch is the great middle ground and is probably my recommendation for most people. Personally, I like Path of Exile the best. No, the secrets behind the curtain are I recently was searching for something under the stairs, and if you have storage under the stairs at your house, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say there's a pile of stuff that needs to go back under the stairs, but I have to decide whether I want to throw it away or put it back under the stairs. You don't need to see that. So Diablo 4 had such good potential when it first came out. So I live in a split level. They're very popular around here. And so there's very little storage other than in the garage under the stairs. Yeah, Diablo 4 had a lot of potential, and to be fair, there is a place for the current iteration of Diablo 4. And that place is for people who don't have a ton of time to invest and want to be able to experience all there is that the game has to offer, but only playing it maybe an hour or two every couple of days. Yeah, I'm in the Midwest up in Minnesota, so split levels are very popular in Minnesota. Luckily, I bought my house right before everything started to jump in price, so I got in right in time. I would not be able to afford my house if I bought it today. Yeah, Diablo 4 has its place. Path of Exile 2 is for a completely different market than Path of Exile 1. It's an easier game to get into than Path of Exile 1. It is not quite as complex yet. I feel like the complexity is definitely coming, and it's going to be a similar level of complexity. But the combat is also a little bit slower, a little bit harder. So Path of Exile 2 is good for that. Path of Exile 1 is, to me, the original best game. Diablo 2 was that. Path of Exile, I'm pretty sure that what happened was the people behind. Let me double check. Diablo 3 release. (2012). Okay. So Diablo 3 came out in 2012. Path of Exile came out in 2013. I believe that either they were waiting too long for a sequel for Diablo 2, or they saw what was happening with Diablo 3 and didn't like it, and that's how they decided to come with Path of Exile. And so Path of Exile is heavily influenced by Diablo 2. I think all the Diablo games, Diablo 1 is pure nostalgia. I don't think it does anything better than any of the others. Diablo 2 is probably the best of the series. Graphically, it doesn't hold up anymore. Diablo 2 Resurrected fixes that, but you don't get to do some of the mods stuff. I was playing a modded version of Diablo 2. I like that, but it's still. It took Diablo 2, and the end game that it added is the end game that Path of Exile added, like when Path of Exile started. So, basically they're taking Diablo 2 and trying to make it more like Path of Exile. I don't think the graphics mods were compatible with the mod pack I was using. Not mod pack, the private servers, whatever you call it, that Project Diablo 2 does. It's got some limitations, so I don't think it was compatible. I looked for it and I got no confident anything either way. It does come bundled with some graphics modifications that make it look a little bit better, but it's not amazing. I still think, to me, Path of Exile is the best one. But it's kind of hard to get into, and people get scared away at the fact that there's a passive tree that is huge. Um, like this character, I started here. I came up here, grabbed some of this stuff, came around here, split all over the place, over here. But you start to learn that everything's in sections. So this guy here is pure strength. This guy here is strength dex. This guy here is pure dex. This guy is dex int, pure int, strength int. So that there are 6 archetypes that are the 3 different ability types, and then the hybrids between the 3 different. And then right in the middle, there is a 7th one. You don't start with that one being available. That's the Ascendant. That one's weird, and it's a combination of all of them and starts right in the middle. So almost nobody plays Ascendant or Scion. So they change it every season. So, for example, these in the middle, you see I've got one lit up right here. This is a mastery. That didn't exist a year ago. That did a year ago because we've been on the same patch for a year. Like 2 years ago, this didn't exist. You would get these notable. So there's the small passives. They're the normal one. These are the travel ones that give you stats, intelligence, dexterity, intelligence, dexterity. When you get into these circles, they start to do stuff. This one's a health one. This is one of the major health ones. Gives you a lot of life. All of these small ones give you life. Big one gives you more life. Every character you start and you gain 1 point per level, and then up to 24 points additional by doing quests through the story. So every character, this tree starts over. Now, there is a second tree. So I showed you the Atlas. The Atlas has its own passive. This is how you customize your endgame. This one is once per season. So you do get 3 loadouts that you can do. This is once per season. The max number of points you can get. So on this tree, 132 is the max number of points you can get. I only have 130 available. You can't fill out the tree. On the passive tree, you get, if you get to level 100, which I've only ever gotten a 98, but if you get to level 100, you have 100 points from character level, or 99 points from character levels, because level 1 you start with nothing. And you get 20 up to 24 from storyline. It's either 23 or 24 depending on what you do. There's a choice where you can get some stats or a passive point. So you either get 23 or 24 passive points. And so you could have 122 or 123 points. There are far more points than that. And you wouldn't want them all, because there are some game-changing points. Like this one, I've taken Mind Over Matter. 40% of damage taken is from mana before life. That uses my mana, because I've got 7,000 mana on this character. That uses mana to kind of as a defensive layer. But if you don't have a lot of mana regen and you need your mana for using your skills, you don't want that. These big ones, so there's small passives, there's notables, which are these big ones. These do a little bit more. And there's keystones. Keystones are game changing. So this one is damage before life. This one's -1 to maximum number of summoned totems. If you don't summon totems, that's not much of a downside, but you can have an additional brand. That's a type of spell. This one is +1 to the max number of summoned totems, but you can't deal damage with skills yourself. So you can't hurt things, but you can have one more totem that can. If you took this one and you're not doing totems, you're not doing damage. So, life regen applied to energy shield instead of life. So if you're doing something that has no low life or little life, but a lot of energy shield, you might want that one. Over here is one that's a big one. Chaos Inoculation. Maximum life becomes 1. You cannot get more than 1 life. But you're immune to chaos damage. Chaos damage is one of the only types of damage, or is the only types of damage that can bypass energy shield and hit your life directly. So you only take this if you have a lot of energy shield, but then you don't even have to worry at all about your chaos resistance, which is hard to get. That was from yesterday. Are you looking, is that in Kick? No, yeah, that's from yesterday. This character is a very end game character, and it's kind of blinding. Just kill everything. I have 2 followers on Kick, and I bounce between 2 and 4 people watching. I think I'm counted as one of them, so meh. I've gotten a few comments on Kick. It doesn't hurt to have it there. But so this character is a unique one. This game does look intimidating at first, but honestly, either it depends on how you have fun with the game. Either find a build guide, follow a build guide, or don't put too much thought into it. Know that your character might get to endgame but not do well at endgame, but you're learning the game. Go into it and pretty much just look at what your next step is. So, if I were to create a new character, and let's say it's like, you know what? I want to do a archer build. I'm gonna grab the archer.
You stole the bounty of others. A crow that plundered.
Hey, Jared Kaz, how's it going? So you start, and then
I've not seen a wilderness like
you just follow the tutorials. So you pick up your bow. I have it set so it doesn't auto-equip because I was playing a class at one point that I didn't want weapons equipped, and it kept breaking my class every time I picked up a weapon. You talk to this guy, you shoot this guy, and it teaches you about your first skill, Burning Arrow. Okay, so I put that on. Now I have Burning Arrow. I like to take default attack off so I don't accidentally stand still and attack. I want always to move when I left click, so move. This doesn't have WASD movement, but you can use a controller if you want. Using a controller... Where did my controller go? Here it is. It changes the UI a bit. But I think you need to... input. Yeah, you need to do it at the login screen. You can't do it while you're in game. If you're not gonna do, okay, so if you want to play Diablo 2 specifically, if you're not gonna do any kind of modded Diablo 2, you're just gonna play the original, effectively Diablo 2. The newest one is good. The updated graphics one is good. If you want to play with mods and stuff, most things get takedown requests, not DMCA. This is the other kind, cease and desists from Blizzard on the new one, but they leave alone the other one, the old one. So the old one is pretty safe. So if you're gonna do modded stuff, play the old one. I honestly would recommend this over either. The controller doesn't yeah, let's go back to character select. So now I'm logged in. So now you can see it's very different looking because it's got this new UI. But now if I use mouse, it doesn't work. I think PoE 2 does the switching, and they're talking about figuring out how to make the switching. Oh. Character selection. There. Hey, Demon Slayer. Yeah, Righteous Fire is easy as long as you focus on health regen. Yeah, I think then there's a few things they want to do. They want to take the new rigs from PoE 2 and move it over to PoE 1. Oh, I never... See, that though, if you see this red wall, this is the tutorial saying, hey, you got to do something before I let you pass on. It's got a little tutorial. Oh, okay, put this on. Okay. Now it'll let me continue. That's momentum support. You can read what it does. So it gives you these off the bat. Oh, my ADHD is hitting me hard today. Most enemies, as long as you move, they won't hit you. They won't be able to hit you. There's a few that do more advanced tracking, but if you're moving, you'll be fine. Alright, and this is the first area down. I'm gonna pick up the cap. And then it won't let you continue into town until you put a point in, or you can click skip all, whatever. And you look here, and there is some options. Do I want defensive or offensive? Oh, defense seems fine. I'm gonna do offense. And you just kind of progress through that way. This is the first town. You know, you talk to the people who have quests for you, and you can use your stash. And if you have multiple characters in the same league, the stash is shared. Even solo self-found is effectively account found for that league. So, like, I'm currently playing the hardcore solo self-found Righteous Fire, but even solo self-found that anything I find I put in the stash, if my character were to die, I'd be able to get it back on a second character. Not the stuff that he was wearing. The stuff he had in his inventory and he was wearing, that's gone. But anything I stuck in the stash will help my next character. And yeah, WASD I think is coming eventually. You know, that movement is so much nicer. They kind of shoehorned it into last epoch, and it works, but it's kind of clunky. And when I have WASD movement, I want to be able to have an attack on my main click and another attack on my right click. But with last epoch, if you try to put an attack on your left click, then you can't interact with anything. So it feels like it's not worth having it on. Yeah, no, it's good. I think WASD should come to Path of Exile 1, and I believe that they are working on it, and it will eventually come to PoE 1. Dodge rolling probably won't. At least not for a while. You know, they want to maintain the fact that they are different games, but the quality of life stuff makes sense to transfer between them as they figure things out. Like the currency auction house being in PoE 1 now. Oh yeah, I was buying all my skills. Fire trap is right. Yeah, the fire trap is right. Righteous fire. I only have a 4-link right now. Righteous fire, burning damage, elemental focus, and efficacy. The nice thing about Path of Exile over the other games like Diablo 2 and stuff is how good the third-party tools are. Yeah, no, dodge roll. I don't think dodge roll belongs in PoE 1. Like, honestly, if they added it, it would probably be something that is there, but they don't design around you actually using. I don't see how they could. Okay, so they want purity of fire. Summon skitterbots over here. Oh, helps if I spell it right. Determination. Yeah, I think Path of Exile 2 needs more mobility abilities, especially like gap crossers. But yeah, not Diablo 2. Path of Exile 2. I think I said the wrong thing. Anyway. Shield charge. Faster attacks, life tap, frost blink. So they want life tap here as well. Just so it doesn't use mana, because I'm going to be using up basically all of my mana. I don't think I'm using that anymore. Punishment, life tap, enduring cry. Another life tap. Punishment. Okay. So these are all I need to fit in somewhere. So I get a green on there. You know, let's get some more sockets here. Okay, that was good. There we go. And I'm out of chromatics. I probably shouldn't have tried to do that. Summon skitterbots. Determination. I don't have enough mana. 31, 40, 31. Okay. Let's see if I can get more chromatics from Venter.
Greetings.
I think the only I don't think Guildfound is going to be a thing that PoE does. I think their effective version of Guildfound is private leagues, which you have to pay for. Although I think this last time they did private leagues, you didn't have to pay for if you chose one of these certain ones. So I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay. Okay. So if I do this, 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 then that, that, that should work. I still have room to have this guy. Okay.
For freedom.
Okay, so turn that off, turn that off. This needs to be shield charge, that needs to be Frostblink. Then I need Enduring Cry here. And Punishment here. Okay. So now I have 88% fire resistance. Why is that not higher? This should... I thought it'd be up to 90%. Where did my other shield go? Yeah, that's 5. I thought I was at 88% earlier. I need just a little bit more lightning resist on something that has a suffix on it. So let's throw some fire and lightning. Actually, if I just throw fire resistance on it, that will do it. Yeah, capped everything. And then in my passive tree, see, I don't like how I want the act tracker to be on so I can look at this. So that, this here, mana reservation efficiency. So let's refund, oh, can't refund that. I need 3. 3 points. Do those 3. I think it's this one. There we go. So now I can have all of my auras on. It sounds like Ozzy for some reason. I'm not okay, let's try this again. We're gonna do another map now that I've gotten the maps. Yeah, that's I agree. Ozzy and ZZ Top. I don't listen to a lot of ZZ Top, but I can hear what you're saying. Okay, so now I need to not level up the life tabs. Everything else can get leveled up. You know what it is? I switched to Purity of Fire. And Purity of Fire is just straight fire resist. Where Purity of Elements uh, was doing more.
Given to grace.
Is Purity of Fire at higher levels give why can't I cast this? Not enough mana. Oh. Okay, put these points back into life. Ooh. Oh, man. Yeah, there you go. One additional max fire resist. So now my fire resist is 89%. So that's gonna get me my last all the way up to 90% fire max fire resist. Oh, jeez. What is going on? I guess the poison flower things. The Hoop of All. It's a good leveling item. Although this is a good leveling item too. I think I grabbed the Hoop of All if I get enough points and do that last one. You know, I forgot that this map has a lot of crit on it, so I bet people are critting me pretty hard. Yeah, I didn't mind that last one. I think the last one was probably the better of the two, in my opinion, songs by that band. Not that I minded the first one. It's a weird way for me to put it, but I think you know what I meant. Ooh. Ah, I'm like, leather belt? No. Can't grab that one. Ooh, I can grab both. And just because I've had a few close calls, I'm just going to throw stuff in my stash quick, just in case. Because these are some decent leveling items. 10% spell suppression and some life. If I do a build that cares about spell suppression, I don't know why I'm holding on to all this stuff because the league ends in a week. Gonna do just dump chest. Oh, the map is complete. I killed the boss. I don't know when I killed the boss. Sure. I'm down to listen to anything once. If I don't like it, I can always skip it if it comes up again. I listen to plenty of songs that aren't normally my own, my normal listening, just because I feel like it did something cool. Yes. I shared that with someone else yesterday. I have yet to have it be um, uh, not liked when I shared it. Okay, so that's true. Like, on the one hand, I've not shared it with my mom. She only listens to country music. She would not like Galactic Mermaid. My dad, on the other hand, probably would listen to it once and be like, "Yeah, that was a fun listen once. I'll never need to hear it again, though." So there are definitely people I wouldn't go out of my way to share it with, but that list is a much shorter list than the list of people I think need to hear it. I still have not seen Repo. But yes. No, I said yes. I agreed. Oh, map's complete again. I see why you said it wasn't my normal music. It's not the heaviness of the music. I don't mind the heaviness of the music. And they'd be wrong. It's the screamy that I don't like. It's not the heaviness. Yeah, I don't know. Heavy music and screamy music, I think, are two different categories. They tend to, they have a lot of overlap. That's the same. Oh, this is the, yeah, it's the same person who does both parts. Yeah. Yeah, we went to a Korn concert and the opener Ginger, Jinjer. Yeah, we could look up who opened for Korn. Uh, when did we see Korn? I can look back in Spirit Box is who opened for them. Spirit Box. So why did their website Yeah, so this is a lead for Spirit Box, and she does the same thing. Well, they were just singing at the same time there, so are you sure it's the same person in this? Yeah. I can hear it a little bit, but it's definitely hard to hear. You can hear it more right there. That happens. Yeah, we were talking about there's another band that does the same thing called Spirit Box, where their lead vocalist is female, and she does the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. Another orb of binding. Like orbs of binding. Unleash the archers. Nice. Like my invisible drink. So, funny thing is, I was adjusting my green screen mix to try to get it to be a little bit better. My green screen has got a slightly blue tinge to it, and now greens don't necessarily fully disappear like that. You can kind of see some greens, but this that's definitely blue is just gone. So I still got something wrong. You know, I didn't think about that. I think I was thinking more like the fantasy style, you know. Oh, I think it's because less stuff is actually like blue. But there goes my second hardcore character. I made it to tier 2 maps. My first tier 2 map, dead. Okay. So, well, I'm glad I put everything in my stash. Level 70 is okay, I think. But let's do another one. I'm gonna pick a new build. I wasn't really a fan of that.
Swift and silent, you stole the bounty of others.
Should I do a ballista
A
build?
crow that plunders our crops, a stray dog that slaughters our sheep. Oriath is a land of men, not animals.
Let's look
Think
at
on
what
that,
builds.
ranger. Your Grey class shows you how to truly live like an animal.
What does Maxwell have for builds? Night Rain has builds. Anyway, I'm not doing Night Rain right now. Build guides. Mapping. Playstyle. Totems. Toxic Rain Ballista? Or Explosive Arrow Ballista? I wonder if they have... Do they have one that is... They don't have a. Do they have a? They don't have like a list of. Like these ones they recommend for solo self-found. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Somebody's here. Okay, I'm back. Um, have you seen Solo Her going to cons? Oh yeah. Yep. I've seen some of that. Now I'm not sure you've probably heard of Coheed and Cambria because a lot of their music is uh I haven't used Icy Wings in forever. All I care about is if it has a path of building. Huey Vault. No. Does it say League Starter? It does. Okay. POB. Copy. New. Any notes? Oh, geez. Right. So let's save 3.25. Siege Ballista. And then they use Iron Commander. Does he have other items? Budget. Okay. Astramentus still? Does he have do they have a lower tier? Okay, this is a okay. That's better. Copy that. He does have a leveling variant.
You swore sinew and soul to serve God and the Order of the Templar. For years you built a life upon faith, only to smite it asunder with one sinful
And it's
blow.
not that I don't believe it's
And
budget.
is that
I'm
not
playing
the
solo
greatest folly
self-found.
of all? To lose faith when it's
So
all but
finding it,
you were once the chosen of God.
it's like everything is unique. It's like, I know I need to be able to run off of rares. Okay, so now reset. Delete the POB. Import. Import data is invalid. Go back here. Import, export, generate, copy. Go back here. Import. Successful. Turn that on. Not a league start. And skip all tutorials. Yeah, but you have to be able to survive heist. Actually, Ballista probably does a pretty good job of surviving heist.
You and I.
Even death gives no solace in this tortured land.
Nope, accidentally picked up my weapon. So slow.
no need for my company just yet.
You got the big bastard.
Okay. Ooh. Got boots. I'm not going melee, so I can't wear that. But I got a 4-link. Yeah. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Just throw a bunch of gear on.
I know Lion Eyes what? God hasn't abandoned us.
Okay.
Fine work with.
Holy Flame Totem. Purifying Flame.
Greetings. Farewell.
I thought. Wait. Holy Flame Totem. Purifying Flame. Okay. I've never used Purifying Flame.
Take care.
My nightmares, they were prophecy.
I'm not familiar with it, so. I've never used Purifying Flame before. I can shoot through walls.
My prayers are thus answered.
I mean, it seems okay for starting off at least. I missed one. Hey, look, Quicksilver Flask. I don't have to go grab one from my stash. Oh, jeez.
The path becomes clearer with each bloody step. Cold resist. That'll be good.
Now,
There's Holy Flame Totem. Do I not... Am I not going to be using a shield? Yeah, there's no items on this. And... Oh, yeah, no, because it's bow and quiver. So, yeah, shield charge is not going to do anything.
got a job for you, if you're willing. There's a pool near the mudflats needs investigating. You'll smell it before you see it.
Eyewitness, keep me apprised.
There's an island.
Godslayer, good day.
Steel skin. I don't know why I would even take dash. Flame wall, sure, I can throw that in. Okay. I didn't grab more. I didn't grab any. I don't have any town portals. I don't have any. I just don't have any town portals. Okay.
Goodbye.
You know, I didn't look. I should have looked at my uniques. I also need to change my title. Quick. Change my title. Okay. I gotta look at my uniques. Yeah, I can wear this already. Oh, but then I lose my 3 blue links. That's got all elemental resistances on it, too.
What have you got for me?
Oh, let's go to King's March. This, shipment has been done for a long time. I want to get access to the black market. Don't actually care.
Hello, hello, hello.
What do I need to do?
Decisions must be made.
Ah. Good luck to you.
We've much to discuss.
We've got a promising list of picks. Let me just grab the next few applications. Promising pick. Promising pick. Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work.
Decisions must be made. Exile. The choice is made. One more for the mines. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
Upgrade.
Oh,
Black market. Okay. I don't care about doing any more of King's March. Right now, I have the black market. Let's buy an amulet. Can I do an amulet? Yep. I want to put that on. That seems okay. It's got color to the side too. Yeah. Amulet.
doubt even I could sell that.
Belt.
Well, it's not nothing.
So I got, I want a scepter. I can do a wand.
No. Return soon, yes?
Godslayer.
What have you got for me? Oh. I'd consider that a win.
Okay, so there's a bunch of spell damage. That's a...
It's a guilty.
Oh, life sprig. Sure. Put life sprig on. Glacier hammer can go away. Frost blink can go here. I'm gonna put purifying flame and elemental proliferation and life sprig. This is gonna get worn. Holy Flame Totem can also be in there so that it gets an extra level. All that. And the helmet, I've crafted 4 sockets on now, so I can have it be my 4 socket eventually.
Hail, God.
Long day. Got my eye on you.
Ahoy there. Return soon, yes?
Okay. feel like I'm going the wrong way. No, I was going the right way. I only have one fire totem.
In this cage, evil claws at the bars and howls for freedom.
How did this one not reset, but the next one reset? Hey, how's it going? I'm going alright. My second hardcore character died, so I'm starting a totem build. It's gonna be a bow, ballista totem build. Yeah. I died on a tier 2 map. I wasn't paying full attention, and yeah, just didn't make it. But I've got good defenses for low levels now, so. Alright. I will be right back. My dog's getting into something. Hey, I'm back. Yes, that does help a lot.
The tale of
There's a you managed.
Eventually, this will go with ballista totems.
Your answer's here, heretic, in Rayclast. But I don't think you'll like it very much.
Your crime is trespass. Your sentence is death. Let me embrace you. Let me embrace you.
Rest now, tormented soul.
Should probably check. Yeah, it's fine.
some, death is welcomed with... Hello. Be well.
Okay, my dog wants out. I'll be right back. Right.
Your humble servant thanks you, my god.
I don't think so. Like, you can give certain totems certain abilities for them to use, but I don't think shield throw is one of them. I think there's a totem that does slams. Now shield throw isn't a slam. I'd have to look.
This is a mortuary for lost children, hidden from the eyes of their father.
So let's see here.
Hail, Godslayer.
It's gonna be a totem support. So spell totem support. So that'll make your totems cast a spell. And then there's ballista totem support. So if I take spell totem support. I don't know why I'm not using that. Okay, so oh, because I'm using siege ballista at 12. So let's look at shield throw. So there's spectral shield throw, which is an attack projectile physical. And this is spell skills. Um. Any bow or wand attack skill. That's a shield. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no way to get it to do shield throw.
Frank stuck my... Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
Temptation may turn even the...
Fairgraves was...
Mervale, if you must take...
shield throw can be a good starter. It doesn't require a ton of gear. So it's definitely an option, and it's not a bad one. And when this song ends, I need to pay attention because I think the DJ tends to cut in and say this band's name, and I'm pretty sure he says it wrong.
At last, I have so much I wish to share with you.
This is love's true face!
At some point, I should have picked up a better mana flask.
A woman corrupted beyond humanity. This forest.
Okay, here it is. Did it cut in and say the wrong name?
I pray that I'm not too late to turn the tide of this corruption.
Nope. You've proven me wrong.
I return.
I have seen those. Keep your wits about you.
I am a beast.
Holy Flame, Combustion, Elemental Focus, Herald of Ash, Flammability.
The lair of a toy maker with pretensions of godhood.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I made it all the way to maps. And then I wasn't paying enough attention and died. It happens. But I'm doing it again. Yeah, I think having my first ever hardcore solo self-found character and first ever hardcore character make it all the way to Act 6 before dying was pretty good. And then the second one, making it all the way to maps before dying, was also pretty good. My problem is I get a little too complacent. I got my ADHD hits hard. But I'm trying a totem build, just a new build every single time. You know, it's just a way to try something new. I'm mainly doing solo self-found just because this is going to be closer to what a league start will be like, because there's not good cheap gear out that people are selling. Not that you can actually buy anything from anyone anyways, but you're almost playing solo self-found when playing in a late league anyway.
Save your judging game.
I think personally for me, trade is a more fun experience initially, but there is definitely something to be said about solo self-found. So, were you the one saying that you do some racing, or you try to participate in the races? I've had a few new people, so I apologize if I'm getting a couple people mixed. Ah, okay. Yeah, I like if I'm rushing campaign on a character that's not in solo self-found and I have a little bit of starting money, I can get to end game in a little under 4 hours, which I think is not bad. Can get all the way to maps. When things are going well, at least.
The Oriathan girl, she is alive.
Although I'm doing that on softcore too, where I'm not like I'm rushing more than I'm caring about not dying. So, did it not?
Hello. What troubles you bring?
Oh, I'm not high enough level to equip
Return,
it.
if you must.
I feel like if I was doing some of my best and I just be a little bit more careful, I could probably do hardcore in about 4 hours. You know, again, not at league start where I have starter capital and I'm in trade where I can get some decent gear. Yeah, no, I'm not that good. And if he can do that, so the new, there's a race for beating the new bosses. And that race is, in hardcore solo self-found. I'm not gonna be participating in that race because I won't even make it to fighting that boss before all the places are taken. I won't even make it to maps probably before all the places are taken for the prizes. But there's actual prizes on the line, so I probably won't watch the race, but I'll keep tabs on it.
A house of faith, fallen to desecration.
Yeah, I'm gonna start in softcore trade for the first little bit, and then once I feel like I've done what I want to do, then I'll switch to probably hardcore trade. I've never done hardcore trade, so I'll give hardcore trade a go on probably my second or third character, depending on how my other friends who are possibly playing are going. If they're already done, then it'll be my second character probably. And then I want to do some sort of Cyclone cast on crit build. It seems like that'll be pretty decent. I'm not good at... I want to get better at, like, creating builds. But right now I'm not very good at it. So... Okay. So now it's officially time to go and just make this my totem. And I don't need Purifying Flame at all anymore. And then I'll if I'm gonna do hardcore trade, I will probably go Righteous Fire for my first hardcore trade character, just because I know I can get that one to maps. Yeah, neither of those are like anything I'm good at currently.
You are.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go fire, fire, and area effect. And you'd think with the amount of time I have into this game, I'd be better at it. Yeah, let me look at where I'm at currently. Path of Exile, 8,000 hours. Of course, some of that's AFK, but yeah, you'd think I'd be better. I don't know if Timid Panda has been introduced to Galactic Mermaid. Have you heard of the best song in the world, Galactic Mermaid? Are you are you sensitive to a lot of swearing? Yeah, Demon Slayer threw it on. Alright, we're gonna skip this song and go right to Galactic Mermaid. This is the song that went through my head when I died. Oh yeah. I think everybody needs to hear this song at least once. It's not an everyday song. Yeah, I'm following a like loosely following a build guide. I'm not really I didn't read it or anything. I'm just following the skill points and generally the passive points and generally the skills. Anyways, that was Galactic Mermaid.
You and that speak. The road.
Elemental focus goes in here instead of elemental proliferation. And I don't think I definitely don't need that. I don't need that. I can use this now.
Yes. Goodbye.
Anchoring for it.
What is this song?
Your trouble.
That's why he was using clarity.
Nothing, thief. Not even the life you wasted on spite and avarice.
Because then I probably don't need to worry about flasks. Alright. Oh yeah, going up here. Nope, not riverways. What was that noise? Oh, ball orb.
So it
Not feeling this music. Let's do something else.
You dare to speak
Oh,
for peace,
that's a
outlaw.
topaz
There's the
ring.
peace your lies have earned you.
The King of Rap.
You are thus blessed, daughter of God. He will show you what true friendship is.
There, you see, I'm so.
Okay, so let's put this stuff away. I don't probably care about that. Don't flame wall anymore. Gonna use these eventually. Let's look at uniques again. This would be better, I think, wouldn't it? Oh, no, this doesn't have nearly as much resistances. I'm worried about dying, so. Alright.
I thought you were...
Quite a straight there.
Movement speed.
The night must give way to the day.
Okay. Should I corrupt my wand? I think so. What did it do to it? Feels like it did little to nothing to it.
beg of you, God. Help me.
You can always tell when Suburban is on. They're very unique sound. And when I say a unique sound, it's one sound that they use in like every song. right here. That. Nice thing about totem build is I can just keep moving.
Back where you belong, Nightmare. The faithful need not fear your kind. Sarn, birthplace of the Templar. A fitting place to put things right.
I don't remember ever trying Fate. So I have no idea.
I don't mean to say.
It's gotta be this way. What, run in circles. Maybe I'm wrong?
Life in his right hand, death in his left. And then there are those who fell through God's fingers.
That was a bad idea. Okay, I keep going just the wrong way.
A dead man and a living machine. There's your truth, heretic. Embrace. Enough of this.
I need. Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
Tolman's General Grievous. Talamoana, Exile.
Victaria.
Good luck to you.
Need something? Watch yourself.
Yeah, my dog's back in. Put it back. All right. Enter the slums. Oh, yeah. I'm running away from my totems. Haha. Now you can't get away. Oh yeah. You know, in Hogwarts. You're talking Hogwarts Legacy? Because in that game, I have gotten as far as creating a character and didn't even make it all the way to the school. Technically, my wife's game. But she's played a lot more than I have. I haven't even seen all the movies. I think I saw the first 4 or 5, and then got busy, and then just never went back and watched them. Oh, I guess it's this way. Just going every way but the right way. If you didn't know any better, you'd think I'd just farm this area for XP. There it is. Grab the ribbon spool, yeah. Oh, I didn't turn in this quest to get this thing out of my inventory. No, and then it's just the rest of the skill tree all at once.
Something eternal remains in this empire. The question is, how?
Just every wrong turn.
You and I. What is that? The cockroaches. I like a dash.
I think my lack of sleep last night is catching up with me real quick. I don't think I fell asleep till like 3 in the morning, and then woke up at 7 something for no reason.
God's greatest disappointment, heretic. Is at God's side. Where will your journey end?
You chose the road, old friend. God put me at the end of it.
I'm gonna try to finish the act, and then I'm probably gonna call it a little early tonight because my lack of sleep is definitely catching up with me.
And so, I take my first steps into damnation incarnate.
I'm just going the wrong way every time again. Oops.
Your conviction drives you, heretic. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return? Your devotion! Your devotion! Nightmare will... Damn you!
I am prepared to have my brain broken. Yep. Yep, yep. Absolutely. I did not know that.
Where see you?
The general, you piety, and have fun elsewhere.
It's been forever since I've seen Starship
You are the-
Troopers.
You have claim. Go with courage.
Piety's off.
Okay. Last night not last night. Other night? I don't know. Whatever. Randomly, I discovered that the guy who sings "Scotty Doesn't Know" in Eurotrip is Matt Damon. No, not Matt. Yeah, Matt Damon. I think Matt Damon. Now my brain's not working right.
I was born to this land, delivered to this task. I will prevail.
That's one that, when we discovered that, we had to double check and verify that it was in fact true. I still haven't verified whether he was actually the one singing during that. Or whether he was acting and somebody else sang it. It seems to me like he was the one singing, but I'm oblivious to many things. Fire and ignite resisted, so I'm just gonna ignore that guy. Matt Mercy's or Matt Mercer?
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I like when I didn't watch the actual D&D campaign that he did. Whoa. I watched Matt Mercer play on play Commander on game nights? No, Commander at home. And that was pretty fun. He was playing a Minsk and Boo deck, and he did the voice of Minsk for Minsk and Boo. in yeah, is very, very good. Very funny. My favorite person, recurring person on Commander at Home is, I think it's Ben Brode, I think is his name.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Die!
Where are you going?
Shrink not from... Die in awe! The touch of God!
My favorite short campaign on College Humor or Dropout, what they call it now. Technically a new company, but you know, is Mentopolis. Yeah, Dimension 20. Mentopolis is such a good campaign. They don't use D&D. They play on a modified version of Kids on Bikes. So, it's a lot simplified, but it's fine, and it's so good. Hank Green's on it, and his character, is so good. Usually this one's the easier part for me, but I'm struggling on this one.
Exiling me, you were my genus. May these waters wash away my sins and baptize me anew.
I don't care for watching a lot of like live D&D. It's usually not my thing, but Mentopolis was so good. That got me to start watching Fantasy High because of how good it was. And then that you know, brings up another question. Who's the better DM, Matt Mercer or God, now I'm drawing a blank on his name. From Dimension 20. That is funny. That's probably a good way to do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with Brennan Lee Mulligan's worlds. They are top tier, but Matt Mercer does beat him. But Brennan Lee Mulligan, just his improv, his stuff, it's just so good. And I guess that goes to more of their backgrounds, because Brennan Lee Mulligan's background is as a improv comedian, so that makes sense. Matt Mercer is straight voice actor. I don't know if he did any improv, probably some, but okay. I'm not able to focus enough. I'm gonna get myself killed. I don't want to lose 2 hardcore characters in one day. I didn't sleep great, so I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Really appreciate it. I'll probably be back on this weekend at some point. I'm not 100% sure on the plans. And my current plan is to, obviously stream the rest of the week next week, but yeah, stream the League launch. 3 p.m. Central next Friday. So, appreciate the conversation. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Always good. Have a good evening.